Welcome everyone to the 293rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, September 12th, 2019. This is a presentation from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be your host today along with Flint Mulhausen. And as usual, we are joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, and I believe he's ready to go and in motion as we speak. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are
Yes.
you ready today?
Hello, how are you? Good day to you as usual, whenever and wherever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers series of the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers. We're on 293, and today's teaching is going to be a workshop, a blueprint, but with a difference. A blueprint in so many ways that as we go into a structure of life, as we watch the birth of a child, man has to understand the birth of himself into a new dimension. As we speak about understanding the function of the physicality of the man in progressive development of the soul of the man, today's teaching will be some interesting points for many of you. And most probably we remember that one of the pivotal points of the teaching, and in time as we come to it, the knowledge will unravel to humanity. But usually I don't give indications about the teaching, but today is one of those what we call watersheds in the science of man. We'll see how, as what we call knowledge seekers, we handle it. Some of us will have no idea what's going on, and some of us will never reach that point to be able to understand the beauty of what is to be taught. Many of us will experience what is a dream of a man for centuries, but on the other hand, as we say, it's a blueprint. As many blueprints we've done before with magraphs on the earth, some people have developed the magraphs to its beauty, some people have never achieved and still complaining it doesn't work. So it'll be the same with the teaching of today. But what we want to do is we're going to split the teaching into a small piece at the beginning. We take a break for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll start with the teaching. I hope by the time we get to that part of the teaching, you all understand what it is. Mainly it might change some of your lives. Many of you will never understand. And then at one point, when you come to it, as we say in English or French, deja vu, I've been there, I've been told, I never knew, now I feel it, I see it. In that process, many of us fail to go through the transition, and then a new dimension fundamentally appears to be broken for many of us. What I would like to do, as there's, if there are any questions in the past teaching, especially last week, if any of you wants to ask any question in regarding what was taught last week, because many of you went silent, and then maybe we can build on it to the teaching in the next section. Is there anyone, any questions, or like last week you all went silent in finding out your old geniuses and nobody ever told you?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I'll remind the attendees they can put their hand up and we can allow you to speak. And I see that we have John Bliven with his microphone open and another John with his hand up. So, John number one, go ahead.
I got a quick thing. Maybe Mr. Keshe, you can adjust your microphone. I don't know if other people are having problems with it, but it's kind of coming through strange from my side.
We are in a position for next 10 to 15 minutes we will have this, and then we change over.
Okay.
Anything else there, John, while your microphone's open?
No, that was it.
Okay, thank you. We'll
No
go
problem.
to John number 2 then.
Fine. I've been asked to question you about what you think about the artificial intelligence.
What do you call artificial intelligence? What do you mean by that?
Well, the artificial intelligence that supposedly they're working in the normal Wi-Fi systems and when the different countries are working on.
Can somebody enlighten us? What do they mean by artificial intelligence?
Jeanette
If you
has
say
asked-
intelligence, how can it be artificial?
Exactly. Yeah.
If it is artificial, how do they know that if they made it?
One question Jeanette has been asking herself is the intervention the Chinese are having with all their cameras and intervening with the population.
What do you mean intervening with population? If you're
yes.
talking about the face recognition, new cameras,
Yeah.
why do the West complains when the Facebook, when all the channels you're on, they use it?
Yeah.
If you look at your, for example, any other program which you carry, which is, let's say, any of the programs, WhatsApp, any other one, they make albums of your pictures. And everybody who you never put anything in, made into a collection of albums by name or by group. How do they do that? Why do we go back and we say with the Chinese? The intervention on the West is worse than what people talk about China. At least Chinese use it for catching criminals and the rest. In the West, we are fully day and night. Every single picture you take on your mobile phone is artificially intelligently classified, or to put in the class of who's who with pictures you have with what. I think there is a huge misunderstanding between what they want to tell us in the West and what they want to tell us other places. You have the same thing in US or in United Kingdom. United Kingdom, you can't be more than a few meters from any camera at any time, doesn't matter where you are. It's not artificial, at least is used to for something maybe in the future we need. Maybe we structure this artificial intelligence when we have the knowledge to identify which one of us is from this planet, which one of us is from where to what section, what we've done to ourselves. The artificial intelligence, if you recognize as using the pictures, the Chinese, you should see what the European Americans are using this artificial intelligence for. It's worse than you can ever imagine. It's, I think maybe if it's used the right way, has a lot of benefits, but used by the securities to catch criminals. If it's used by securities to create a safer place to live, it's all positive. I always said, when you go, for example, through scanners, when you get on the plane and they check you, and the officer says, I hope you don't mind. I said, no, I feel better for it than you can think, because you make my flight safer. You make me feel the plane safe. There's nothing in it that shouldn't be. And so is the security, is the proper, not the wrong way of using the police force works for us. No. It's a line of being and going through it. You see, a lot of people don't understand. If you lived the way I live in China, you see an amazing position in China. You never see it anywhere else in the world. In Chinese hotels, it doesn't matter what the star, when you go through the floor to go to your bedroom, all the rooms which are not occupied, the door is open. All the rooms. I can take you pictures and post it for you, and you can see it. Nowhere in the world you see this. You go to Washington, you go to New York, London, Paris. The doors are locked, double locked, and if you go to any of the Western hotels, there is a camera, there is a sensor on top of your bed. Many of you have never noticed. Next time you go to a hotel room in the West, especially like branded names we don't want to mention, just look above your bed. There is a little sensor, it's a black dot. Is it a camera? Or if you do not pay your bill or the room is open, somebody goes in, the sensor goes after somebody on the bed. Because mainly, if you break into a hotel, you want to sleep. This is artificial intelligence. They control you. You don't know what they will do. If you stay in any of the European hotels, watch the plasma screen. Put your screen on double black band and you will see a white cube, what we call rectangle, on the bottom right hand side or go to the middle. They watch you through that, through your bedroom. This is how it is used in the West. This is artificial intelligence. Just, you think you go into a bedroom and you undress and get ready or whatever you do, they choose, click that camera on, fully internet connected, they watch you, they record you. This is the use of artificial intelligence. Many of you don't know that. I travel around the world as part of the security system we are told to watch. But in the Chinese hotels, you don't have any of these. Only doors are locked which has guests in. Do you know why? Because the nation is safe. The nation is secure. The nation as safe as you can get it. Nobody robs it. You leave a door hotel open in Rome, the hotel will be wiped out, no sheets, no telephones, whatever is movable will be moved because there's nobody in it. In China, they leave the doors open. This is how safe it is. This is what you call artificial recognition. Keeps those who create problems off the street and people know what is the punishment for it by the nation. Depends how we use it. Depends how we have come. For those who want to glorify it or demean a nation, you walk. You live in Paris, you live in London, to any hotel, go to any of the top hotels and see if you see one single door open. I walk across every hotel in Beijing, in Shanghai, in Shenzhen, in Guangzhou. You walk from hotel to hotel. Most of the hotels, the bedrooms are open, clean, perfect, spotless. Is that because artificial intelligence gives us a sense of security and real security? You will never pick on Chinese. Pick on, see what they tell you because you don't have it. Is an envy to have that. The problem is with the rest, you have to make somebody so bad that you cannot tell how bad you are yourself. That's been to you before. Many times.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah.
You understand?
I wanted to ask on my behalf another question, which I think is very important. You had mentioned that we could reconstruct any person if we had their skull. Now, we would need the soul's permission to reconstruct that person first, wouldn't we?
No, you need to know how to create the matter state of that person. You need to understand how to convert the energy of the ganses, as you call it, to reach the matter state.
Fine.
You have to create the field strength. You have to create the dimension of the fields to get to that point. And then it reconstructs itself. It builds up itself.
Fine. We would have the matter state of the person, but we wouldn't have their soul in it, would we?
Do you want to try it?
You got me thinking, because I had a 3-year-old child who died 30 years ago, and that got me thinking.
You see, it's the expectation which we have from the knowledge brings us a lot of intelligence. The expectation we have from the technology, which we don't fully understand, which brings us some interesting things and some fears. It's amazing how in the coming time, us as human beings will evolve to build this technology, to understand the things we can do with it, the things we have never understood and can be done with it. It's amazing in how we can build nations out of the structure of the what we call the skulls. You will understand very soon what I'm talking about. You will understand how our skull has a pattern of races. Even those who come to this planet to be with us, they will build this pattern of work. We can say from the skull they made, they are not from, even they took human body shape or manifestation of physicality, the soul in it was not from this planet. And because the chemical structure of it does not follow the chemical structure of this planet. The shape of it, the thickness of it, the dimensions of it is all not from us, not from this structure. And in the coming time, we graduate into it, and we become knowledgeable to it, and as we structure our life around it, many of us will go to the graveyards trying to take our parents and great-grandparents as to see if we can reconstruct, if we can have. But we have to understand to what extent what we create allows the soul of the owner of the physicality to manifest itself. This is one of the strangest things. And this is one of the most strangest things that will come to us. We will gather to understand more. We will gather to sense the totality of the knowledge in its true sense. Rick, if we can take it 10 minutes intro and then we start with the teaching, is possible, please.
I see. Okay, we can do that. Flint, do you have the video ready to go to our filler video? Okay, just so everybody's clear, we'll take a 10-minute break, and while Mr. Kesh reconfigures his systems there, and we'll be back shortly.
Video's about 16 minutes.
Okay.
One of the things to consider when we speak about going to space is what do we define the space as? And what do we see or what we consider as a space? We take a space in our physical body on this planet, and at the same time, within the structure of our physical body, there is another dimension of life which we call the soul of the man. And even though it lives within the space dimensions of the body of the man, has its own life and has its own line of communication. And what we define space, going to space, we already know the inner sanctum or the creator of our physicality travels the depth of the universe, has been the space travel all the time, has a line of communication with other parts of us, be it through dream we call it, or through subconscious, some people they call it, or we have the choice that physically move the physicality with its soul. In a way, we have a bird caged in the physicality of the body of man, and that bird is called the soul of the man. We can open that cage and let it loose at the point of death. When the operation of this cage rots away, and it cannot hold together, and this beautiful bird becomes free. Still, it takes life in the universal dimension, because it has a life. It exists on its own. Or we can carry the cage in a box and take it anywhere. I can take a bird cage in the car, I can take a bird cage in my hand and walk around the park. It doesn't change the entity and existence of that bird. It's still a bird, still sings, still communicates with other birds in the park. And this is how our soul is. So we give option. Those who understand the process of the creation can take that cage, that bird, out of the cage and free it, because we trusted it come back in. It's very much when you have a parrot at home, you open the door, you let him fly around the house, and he comes back again and he goes in the cage. Because you trust it. It knows that's where it belongs to. And this is the process that we have made an option to man. The soul of the man is that bird, but is encaged in physicality of body of man. And for the first time, man knows, man can see that it's him who hasn't trusted the bird to be freed. And it has come the time that he does not need to see the cage to break up, to rust, that the bird can fly out, or by accident open the cage's door is open and the bird flies out. That accident is when we die on the street. The bird cage opens up. That bird still gets freed. But now we are teaching how the man has control over this door of the cage. And he trusts that the soul will come back to the body. Or the bird will stay, that it can create that atmosphere of the home, the cage. This is the problem we have, and this is what we call it different ways of traveling. But to be able to free that bird without accident, or when the cage cracks, rust, and we call it death, we are teaching how to be able to control, to trust that that bird, when we release it, can come home, or can make a home that we can go to. When my children were young, 4 or 5 years old, they wanted a bird, a cockatoo. I bought them a cockatoo. And this bird in the cage was very young, a few weeks old when we got him. And we used to let it free in the house. He knew he goes back in and he sleeps there and he lays egg there. And it came to the point, because of the diseases carried, we had to, the doctors told us, this bird cannot stay in the house because it's causing problem in the house, health problems. So we decided that we loved the bird. We didn't want to let it go, it was part of us. So we decided, if we let it free, it will die, because he didn't know how to look after himself, because he was hand-fed. We decided we'd take him to sanctuary, and we give it to a sanctuary to be kept. We carry the cage across a park, and as we were walking to go to the sanctuary in the park to be given to them, an old lady saw us. She says, "Oh, what a beautiful bird." We said, "They have a problem, we love him, but if you leave him here, we don't know if you see him." She says, "I'll look after it, give it to me. You can come and see it anytime you like." And it was just like a gift. So we got the old lady in the car, we went to her house, we put the cage there, we showed them how to look after the bird, and the bird was free again in the room. And every now and then, children said, "Papa, can we go and see him?" So we called the lady, we go and see him, and the bird is there. And it was a new home, it was our home. And this is how the soul of the man should be. Is trusting that where he goes, he can make a home for us. So in this process, we are teaching different ways of freeing the bird, or carrying the cage. The bird is still there. If you want to carry a cage and go somewhere, you get in the car, that's your spaceship. Still the cage is there and the bird inside. The cage is the body of the man and the bird is the soul of the man. Because we haven't trusted that we get the bird back. We carry the cage in the spaceship. Or there is another line of teaching, which is the understanding the structure of the cage, that you can make the cage not to rot, that then he frees the bird, but it can open up and you can carry the bird is free, you don't need to fuel it, you don't need to do anything, it travels the space of the room, the space of the garden, the space of the city, and it comes back home again. In a way, when we teach about the soul of the man, is in getting the man to trust himself. And to trust himself, he has to become detached. He has to come detached from physicality, detached from the wealth, detached from everything else. That the wealth is within me, not belonging to me. And this is where every man makes a mistake. In many of the teachings I have referred, if you understand that you can put the soul of the man to act with the soul of physicality of the man, you can make anything you like. The soul of the man is the sun, and the soul of physicality in the palm of the hand of the man is the earth. You move it in the direction, you create water, you create food, but you don't need to have it. It creates the energy that the physicality of the man can absorb. We give the earth in the hand, in the palm of the man. He creates what he needs, he takes what he needs from it. Then, if you understand this, you allow the soul of the man to carry the soul of the physicality of the man with it, and whenever it comes, it makes that hand, that palm, 1,000 meter, 1 meter, in a cage of physicality or in a cage of non-dimension. So, it's not methods of flight, it's the method of man understanding his own potential, his own grace. So, because we have so many people who are so physically attached, we teach about the spaceship for years. This is what it was. They still wanted to see they can get into something. But, as I said, I teach for the universe, not for the man. What we teach in the dimension of soul of the man, many travelers of the universe which hear the soul of me are educated, they understand what they missed. But, as this is the last time we bring a messenger on earth, we teach everything for mankind to carry. All the rules are in the book. There shall be no more messages. It's for man to translate knowledge. Scientifically, and then through the understanding of the soul of the man. What we call theology, ethics. Ethics of using the science in a way that does not harm no one, but it implies and applies the survival of the others. I was talking about this a few days ago, that there is a paper written by me, the station of the scientist as a prophet. The prophets we call Muhammad, Christ or anybody, are for the soul of the man, conduct of the behavior. Scientists like Peter Tesla and others are to elevate the same, but the physicality of the man. This time we have put the two together in one go, then there is no difference. We teach the ethics, the soul conduct and physicality. It's for the man to understand where the two merge and when it's needed to be done. The totality which counts, not the individuality. What you can serve counts, not what serves you. So, in this way, if you are physical, we have given you the spaceship, all these reactors. If you have moved in the dimension of understanding part of it, you have the dynamic system, you get some energies, you put a glass of water, you mix the energy and something else together, you're still the camel bird. You put the orange, take the energy, but you still want that physicality that you're doing something with it, you drink the water. And for the soul of those who understand the totality, then they don't need the cage. They're the free bird. And this is the essence of all the teaching. It's not different ways of flight, it's understanding the existence of the universe. Then, if you travel with a spaceship, who do you see? The citizens of the universe in a physical dimension. If you travel with the soul that you can create the physicality, you take that out of the equation. You travel, but you know you have connection with everybody. It's very much, as I said once, it's like you get out of London and you go to New York. You're there on your own, but you still pick your phone and speak to the family in London. It's not finished. Now, the soul of the man, given the man the same opportunity. We teach for the time to come, and we teach from now till that time to come. And that time comes, is not anymore the end of the world, something will happen. It's the maturity of the one's understanding of his own creation. Thank you very much for the video and for the intro. I think what we come to understand is we can explain it two ways. We spoke in this video about the soul of the man. But what do we understand by the soul? In many of the teachings over years, we have come to understand the presence of soul. We speak about the soul of man being caged within the brain or the physicality of the man. What is interesting for many of us is the last trip, the last change of address, the last dimension in physicality, where as we were born from within the womb of the mother, and the first time we come from the fish tank out and we take the first breath, we cry. Is that cry of not wanting to be in this environment, or is that the cry of joy? And then mankind has to learn the next step. What happens this time when our soul is born into the next dimension, into its own universe, in its own world? We came from a fish tank into the atmosphere of the man planet. Where do we go? Where does the soul of the man goes when he takes the first breath in the dimension of the universe? Does it like a shooting star shines and zooms off? Or does it very serenely takes its position where it's been allocated to be? In the world of the man, we are handed over to two strangers we call our parents, who receives our soul on the point of arrival, on the point of departure from physicality of the man? Are we born to, are we entering into, do we take a leap of faith, or somebody is waiting for us on the other side, greeting us? Welcome home. This is your mom, this is your dad, this is your creator. How do we react? Or do we need again, like the human race, wait for 18 years or 10 years to mature? But in the cycle of the universe, 1 million years, 10 million years, to be able to take decisions, to live. What is the destiny of the soul of the man on his birth into the dimension of the universe? But there is something very interesting that many of us in this journey have been practicing. We go to sleep. We let our souls free. Travels, comes back home, goes out, goes on excursion, it goes to parties, it goes to see family, it goes to see different things which couldn't see in the dimension of physicality because it's too far and too far reaching. And then it comes back home. Is the departure, the last goodbye to the physicality, different than the time when the soul of the man left the body for the time of the rest of the man while you're asleep? Are we born in two different dimensions once we go and our soul is free into a new dimension, or when we go to sleep? Would we be able to delay the process of the physicality departing by changing it? But at the end, when that dimension of physicality comes to the term of its maturity, where does that soul get born into? As in a dimension of physical life, everything is similar and repeats itself in different dimensions and directions. Is the departing of the soul of the man from the physicality of the man at the point of last goodbye takes the soul of the man to a new dimension? Or is it, or has it, or would it be part of the same trip as we took the night before when we're still in charge of it? In a way, what's the difference when man learns to detach from the physicality of the body of the man and takes a trip of fancy across this universe through the dimension of the soul of the man? And when the physicality says goodbye and separates from his partner, and the soul enters a new dimension of life. Why mankind have never understood the process of entering to a new dimension of life, and we call it death? Is life limited to the physical dimension, to the eye of many? And why mankind cries to breathe one more air, gasp of air, one more, one more, one more day, hour, minute and seconds, to be in the dimension of physicality? What is interesting is we are afraid to speak about it because we are afraid of unknown. But in fact, our physical body from the time of inception, from the second we are handed over to this planet, from the second we are conceived in the womb of the mother, works, makes its way, continuously develops condition to reach the point of separation, what we call death. Why mankind is so afraid of what is time to be of? Why? We have never understood the process. What is the fruit of years, days of living on this planet? Why is timed, as doctors tell you, one so many million billion heartbeat is the average time the life expands. So if the body of the man is tuned from the time of his creation to be ready for separation, and it celebrates that separation, why man to his own understanding is afraid of it, or has never understood? If the system is set to give birth to a new dimension, why are we void of understanding of it? We plan. Many of you as women choose the minute and the second that your child is born to on such a date to be the same as your birthday or one day before his brother or whatever. And how so many of us tune everything to make sure is a boy or a girl. And so many of us nowadays fashionably go and choose the color of the eye, or the color of the skin, or be genetically perfect. Then what does the soul of the man do during the presence and the life on this planet? And at that point, we tune it, we know is 9 months and so many minutes and hours will be there. They'll be born on my birthday the same. So many people try it, as we don't know. Then the same is with the body of the man from that time of inception, working to 40 years, 60 years, 100 years to be able to depart and deliver the soul of the man to the universe. Is there a time limit that we are not aware of which clicks? On a human body, we call it 9 months and 9 days. What about delivery of the soul of the man to the universe, universal community? Has he got a time we are not aware of? Or somebody dies at the age of 60 and somebody at 90 and somebody is 20. Does that mean it becomes to the point of maturity, one going through the fast track and the other one trying to absorb as much as to get to the same level? Mankind has to understand the celebration of life. Mankind has to understand the time of delivery. But nobody has gone back into the womb of the mother to tell the baby, you're going to be out in 3 days. So nobody to our soul allows for us to know when we enter the new dimension at the point of departure from the physicality. When the physical body of the man delivers the soul into the universal community. As is our parents, we are delivered to in the hand of at the time of birth. Is it the soul of the mom and dad who's waiting across the threshold when we enter the other dimension? Or is it the hand of Creator we are handed over to as the Father? But there is one important thing, is how can we take this soul for an excursion? How can we be able to open a window to see the other dimension of life? Unconsciously, we do it when we fall asleep. So why mankind have not learned to do it consciously? Or are we afraid of what we might do consciously with the soul which we have never known to be in our hand? We die and we hand over. We die on a predetermined time when the energies and the fields of the physicality have handed over themselves to the soul. If you look at it, we slowly age, and as we age, we click towards that point that the full transfer handover is done to the soul in the dimension of physicality. And then that second, that split of second, that split of time, it comes that the two separate. Where does what happened? We are left with the physical body on the table or in the bed or on the floor. But what happens to the soul at that point? You suddenly leave something you nourished in the span of the universe to live on its own. Something you nourished and cared for and did everything for it to be there for years. Now you let it go. Where does it go? What happens to the soul of the man at the point of final departure? Can we make a system like incubators we make when a child is born? We put it in there and watch it and look after it. Can we make such a system to capture the soul at the point of departure in the incubator and nourish it and see what happens to it? In time, the knowledge of man gained will allow him to do so. But at that time, the man has to understand he still has no power to do the same or to do so. One day mankind will become aware of this, and some might even go to the extent of trying to capture, to keep it, to give it life, to give it physicality, to give it the dimension of existence. We keep pictures and coffins and memorials and many other things for the physical dimension. Would mankind ever understand what birthday cards to give at the point of the departure of the soul of the man from his physicality when he arrives in the new dimension? When you're detached from the physicality, everything else takes its own shape. It becomes understandable. It becomes part of reality of life to live. But then there comes one point. If we become passengers of the universe at the point of the separation of the physicality, as man has chosen the time of sometimes separation by soul, we call it suicide, would that be any different if we teach the man to the point of knowledge to be able to separate the soul of the man from his physicality by choice, not by accident or predetermined time due to the physicality and dimension of the energy of the body of the man? How many of you will take that trip? How many of you will still leave the physicality and dimension of existence, and not necessarily as we call it in coma, but in physical dimension, move to a new level of understanding that you can control your own destiny of your soul with a wisdom, with openness of mind, that I am not the controller, but I am the observer. How many of you would like to take that trip? How many of you wish and have done everything from God knows drugs to different mixtures to alcohol to everything else to try to reach the point of separation of the soul that has got nothing to do with physicality, but you don't want to call it a committing suicide? Separation that I have, I can see, and everything else you talk about. How many of you would like to take that trip? But be assured that the soul returns home. As I said many times, the teaching is not anymore about building a reactor or a power point of something to be shown. Is to feel the essence, the existence of the soul of the man. Can you understand, and can you be confident enough to be that bird to come back to the cage of physicality? How many of us have ever contemplated on controlling that departure time? How many of us ever knew that we have that power to do so? In a way, running the affairs of the soul of the man through the operation of the soul of the physicality of the man. Reversal of play, where you consciously release the soul through the consciousness of physicality and try to understand the consciousness of the soul itself and allow it let it play. The way the soul of the man allows the physicality of the man to play. Then would you enforce to the dimension of the physicality that you can see with the eye of the man through the physicality of the man, or through the eye of the soul of the man, that it imprints itself on the memory bank of the brain of the man, that you can translate it into dimension of understanding of the physicality, what we call a dream. Then it comes a new dimension in the life of the man, a new workshop, a new way, not to commit suicide, but to commit oneself to the guardianship of the soul of the man through the understanding of the dimension of the physicality, that you can call the bird back in. Come on, it's time to go to school, it's time to go to work, you have to come back in the cage because I have to take the physical body around and you take over. Many of you are scared of this topic because you have no confidence in the totality of the knowledge of the soul of the man and the knowledge of the soul of the physicality of the man. And many of you will try different ways, says it doesn't work because I've never been enlightened to the limitation of understanding. As I said in some teachings before, why and how we allow the soul of the man in the part of the what we call, in the strength of what we call sleep time, to have the freedom of taking the foot of fancy and travel to different dimensions and directions. Where during the daytime, like the suppression of the fields of the sun, higher strength will still travel the dimension of the universe. The interaction of the soul of the man, what we call a dream, is not exclusivity of the time of sleep. It's continuous. From the second man is born, man is created, the soul of the man takes these, what we call freedom, fancy, footwork in the dimension of the universe. But still continuously is in touch, is part of, but at different strength to all of us. And in some cases, now that we have the technology to see, can dissolve and evolve the body of the man physical dimension into no matter state for a split of a second and then return it back to it. I don't wish to be in the point of accident to separate the physicality. The soul is aware of it, transfers the totality of the energy of the man into a different dimension, and then it returns it back to its physicality, and then you carry on as nothing happened. This soul has the power of transmutation of it, to transmutate it into energy and return it back to its physicality. If you have been clever and you've been around the internet, now that we have cameras that can record this, we see many of these. People walk out of accidents that is impossible. Things happen and go through them. Are these aliens? Or in fact, is the dimension of the soul elevating the energy of it to transferring the whole body of the man from dimension of physicality into energy, and then return it back because it's not ready to go, it's not the time, it's just something happened. I have the energy, I know the knowledge, I have the access to it. I transfer it into fields, and when the car passed, I return it back out of nowhere. The person gets up and walks. I mean, have you seen these aliens? Have you understood, you never understood the work of the function of your own physicality? And then it comes to it. If our soul can do such a thing in a split of second, when it's needed to survive, to keep the dimension of physicality, why can't we do it? Which part of the show have we missed? What have we missed in the dimension of creation? How many of you would like to learn the method, the way, the approach, the control? Many of you go to South America and take all sorts of things to go in the dimension of Balabu, and some of you take drugs to go that way. But if you're a wise person, you can do it yourself. But you have to understand, you have to meet certain conditions, certain positions, certain interaction of the fields. You have to give certain guarantees for that transition. Guarantee to the soul, guarantee to the soul of physicality, that it will not be departed, it will not be separated in any shape or form. It will be returned. If you go back to some of the teachings, I have explained how in the rhythm of breathing, when we go to sleep, by change of the flow of the fields of the blood of the man, we release the cage, we weaken the cage, we allow the bird to go for flight of fancy. Then, knowing this, how would you be able to let that happen, to free your soul without wanting to have the full soul of physicality to be with it, to know what it's doing, and let it come back? You might wait 1 second, you might wait 1,000 years. Which one of you, which one of the physicality of you is you, we do not know. But which one of you is you in the dimension of the soul of the physicality, we know. In one of the teachings very recently, I explained how, what's the reason of the nose in the face of the man. Why you can still breathe through your nose or your lung. If we do this every 24 hours, we reduce our breathing rate. We change the speed of the motion of the fluid, what we call blood, within the dimension of physicality of the soul of the man's cage, what we call the brain. Then we come to understand one simple fact, and it is, I am in charge of, and I can And I will do what is necessary to grasp the totality of the knowledge. Where did the man go that he lost the track of time? Where did the man go that he lost the track of life? How do we allow the soul of the man to go and wait with the patience of the soul of physicality for its return? And what would bring back that we see in our physical dimension of understanding what is being, what he did, and he was trying to call but we never heard. What do we do to let the soul of the man to be free and allow it to live in both dimensions of the universal community and the physicality of the dimension of the life of the man? Would it be a guard or a guide, or would it be a harassment for the dimension of physicality to call upon it to travel more, join me, be with me? I want to show you everything that you can see in the dimension of the soul. Things are different, places look different than what you see in fish and chips or McDonald's. The time of understanding this is important, and is now. In a short time, mankind will encounter the dimension of the physicality of other lives in the presence of the soul, and not in the dimension of the eye of the sight of the man. Then, how many of you would like to try to let, in a physical dimension, you taste the freedom of your soul in the universal community, and then once you taste it, would you like to still live in this dimension of physicality? And what would bring you back? What is a bait to keep you from letting go of the physicality? Or once you leave the dimension of physicality on this position of the present soul, and your body creates another dimension of physicality according to the strength of where he or she could be, will read the same through the same system, and then suffer with all. Then it comes to, I have a physical life, and my soul has created another physical life in another dimension, another position, where lives in that dimension the same as it does here. Which one is real? The life and the dimension which allow the freedom, or the life and the dimension which the soul has taken position and manifests itself in that dimension in the shape it likes. Would you like to take a trip? Would you like to take that journey? Would any of you be confident enough to know that the bird will come back? But you got to understand that you have to come back. There is no choice. You made a commitment to the soul of the man, to the dimension of his physicality. Is that shining star. Is that commitment to the life of the man you have made. Not just because it looks nice and is something different, I'm not coming back. Or when you come back, you carry the memory of where you've been and what you did and how you did it, and enlighten the dimension of the physicality of the man and the others. Very much as I told you before, the guy who went to Moscow and saw
Hello, Mr. Kesh. I think we lost your audio. Yes. Right after Moscow. Okay, I think he might have to restart or reconnect in some manner. So bear with us a minute while we reconnect with Mr. Kesh. Again, just to let people know, we're waiting for Mr. Kesh to reconnect here. And I expect that it will occur shortly. This is the point where we encourage Flint to sing I hear he has a great voice.
Yeah, but I'll pass.
One of these times, maybe. Well, is there anybody who would like to comment on any of the previous knowledge that Mr. Keshe has been revealing here? Well, as Doug says, time to contemplate.
Interesting. Did I take that trip?
Hello, Mr. Keshe?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clearly now. So we lost you
Yes.
right around the word Moscow.
Yes. So what I said, accidentally, I disappeared as a voice, as a noise, as a line of communication. But how many of you were sure I come back? How many of you were confident that I'll come back? Be here. He will come and tell us more about the dimension we do not know. Would we have that trust in our soul? That he'll come back, he'll tell us more about what we do not know, what we would love to know. Would or was my absence for minutes a test for you to gain confidence in your own dimension? He'll be there. He will bring it back. And the pleasure of the existence will be confirmed. That we can learn more. He'll bring more knowledge. And then, can you have that confidence in your soul, with yourself? If you can trust another man, another soul, why can't you have trust in your own soul, in your own dimension, your own strength? Or do we have to go and take all sorts of chemicals and whatever shamans do and the rest to experience, because in fact we do not have the strength and confidence in our own way of existence, that we can do it. We don't need a tool, we don't need God knows whatever. I think the time has come, many of us, to test it of our own strength, and then teach it, and then convey the message. And then in teaching it, we open a new door. When we open a new understanding, we open a new dimension. not for the others, but for ourselves. In English language, they call it confidence building exercise. How confident are we that we can make this exercise? How confident are we that we can be part of this exercise? And the most strangest thing is how confident are we of the strength of our own trust in ourselves. I told you today we'll do a blueprint and a workshop, and I think many of you have started a workshop. Start thinking, how can I plan this workshop? How can I create that dimension? Do I need a MagLab, or do I need the strength of the physicality of my own life to be able to do it, to be there? In reality, how confident are we of our own trip? But there was one point, and that is, what are we afraid of? We took that trip 12 hours ago when we were asleep. And we done it before. We know it. We do it every time we decide to close the eyes of the man. Then would you like to try it? Or how many of you have enough confidence to say, I don't commit suicide, but I think I had enough time between my time of physicality and the soul of the man to separate and say goodbye. What we call total separation. Not committing suicide, but understanding the separation of the two. But don't forget, there is a golden rule. In the process of life, in the process of existence, in the process of being part of the structure, we made one commitment: thou shalt not steal. We have to make sure that our physicality, our soul of physicality, accepts the departure, accepts the last handshake, transfers what it feels it needs to be able to carry on with its own dimension on this planet. We need to understand to what depth, to what understanding we are prepared to create the separation between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man without harming the others. Without interfering with the life of the others. Our beloved, our children, the soul of our children, the soul of our partner, and those who are around us. Can we go around and say goodbye till they understand that the soul can educate their physicality in accepting the departure, the trip, that maybe in the dimension of physicality we don't suffer. Do we need more understanding of totality? Or what are we missing in the process? Maybe in the dimension of the life of the man, we have created different words for the fear of separation, and each one has its own dimension. We call it died of old age. Oh, he had a good time. It was time for him. He couldn't do anymore. And if you're Jewish, you say, oh, less money to spend, at least it's gone. We don't have to pay for the nurses and the hospital. And no more flowers. Or if you're a Muslim, you cry 40 days, banging your head and head that is gone. Or if you are another, you just burn the body and just remember it was there. Or do we go through the process of understanding the totality of essence of the separation? Do we understand if you are present, for example, in an accident, you can give from your soul to give life back to a young child. But is that your destiny to be there? Or would you interfere with the cycle of that pain that child has to cause to the others around it to bring them wisdom? That was the purpose of it. And if it's accident, how much, how far we can interfere with it, that it can take the pain away from those who suffer. Are you strong enough to be able to give from your soul at the present of moment for another soul to exist? Or do we as a whole have never understood the totality of the whole work? As I said, the workshop of today is not making coils and cores. It's not making answers. It's making trust in understanding the process of the creation. In having trust in the totality of the change, in accepting the change, in accepting the existence of the life of the man in another dimension, and the point of interest for all would be, how would it feel? Would my physical life miss my soul, which has left me behind? Maybe for a day, maybe for an hour, maybe for some times, and I wait for it to come back. But would I become in a state of coma and lie down till it comes back? Or do I carry on living in the dimension of physicality till it comes back? Is our soul ready to take, to understand the totality of the work? Or are we ready in a dimension of physicality of the man to understand that work, that we can go through with it, we can develop it, not be afraid of it as an end, is something I can learn in a way to be able to survive the dimensions of the universe. We call it a pre-run for the eventuality, or we find a way by doing this pre-run to live longer life in non-dimensional physicality. I've separated it. The body is there. I go around the universe. It can be there. So it's taking the energy from its environment. He's happy, and I'm going sightseeing around the universe. But he knows I'm coming back. Not going very far. I'll be there. And when I come back, I'll tell him where I've been, and he can tell the others, if he wants to accept what I've seen. In the process of life, mankind has to face the fact. Mankind has to understand, and in a way, to develop a process for itself that it can understand and comprehend the totality of the cycle of life. Not to be afraid of it, but to greet it. Not to hide from it, but to be present and enjoy the presence of it. Do I need to go to the threshold of what I call pain to understand the process of creation? Or do I go through the process of joy to understand the same process? Or does the mankind suffer from permanent amnesia of the life of his soul? Till the point comes that it has to say goodbye. It's the old song, Goodbye Loneliness. Is the loneliness of the soul finishes when it departs the body of the man, because the joy was for the physicality and not for the soul? Or does the soul go to the party when we go to the party, just because we carry the cage? Or are we really happy with the truth? Then the question comes. Then you understand why I taught what I taught last week. And all of you were, as John said, maybe shocked, maybe surprised. Maybe you had to turn up to know that you knew so much and you never knew you knew more than a professor at Cambridge, Oxford or Harvard about the plasma physics. And wow, I'm so clever, I knew more than them. Now you know more than the priest down the road, and maybe most probably more than the prophets of the past about the truth of the soul of the man. Then the question comes, were they ever revealed the truth about this, or it was beyond the comprehension of the time. How many of you have ever thought, I know many of you would like to do, I've seen John making all sorts of reactors, the soul, the liquid of the soul of the man, with my blood in it and everything else. And I'm sure John is not the only one and the only one. If I ask a question, how many of you have ever tried not using other things and not using all sorts of fancy ways, but truly understanding the work of the soul of the man, try to reach at a point where you have brought memories back from unseen, but confirms that you allowed the soul to go and bring you those memories. That's the only time, only way you ever know you have ever let the soul go. You do it in the sleep. Or do we need to be drunk to do dangerous things that we won't do during the non-drunk time? As you're all aware, when you're drunk you do a lot of things, and when they video it and they show you, says, I never did that. But you were drunk, you had no control of the physicality. Do we have to make your soul drunk to let the soul go and come back and tell you what he has seen? Today's knowledge seekers has a purpose and a reason. In the coming weeks and days, you will understand. As I said 3-4 weeks ago, we start setting the scene. And in the coming weeks and months, you will understand more. But we cannot put it right in front of you, voila, that's what it is. You have to be, in a way, nourished, in a way, taught, in a way, enlightened, that when it comes to it, like Gan says, you already know it. Then it becomes a second nature. But what the point is that is death, physical death of the man, separation of the soul from physicality, the end of the interaction of both physicality and the soul. What does that mean? As John said, if I pick the skull and create a man, would I bring the soul of the man in? And then when you bring the soul of the man in the dimension of physicality, and the guy died 1,000 years ago, he knows swords, horses, donkeys, and whatever. Now this soul has to deal with jumbo jet, Mercedes, and everything else. Would you like to put that soul into that condition? Or would it find a sword somewhere and do what is done during its life on this planet before? Or have the souls who have left this physical body have been educated while the human race has been educated to its knowledge of physicality? Or would the soul bring the knowledge of what he has seen in time of his trip? We are getting to the point of knowledge that we can physically show these things. We are getting into the point of knowledge, and in a way the teachings of past few weeks is prelude to what is going to be shown in the conferences of the world ambassadors and world governments. We are not there to show a Maghreb system. We are there to show we govern with the soul of the man. We are there to show that the structure of the soul, the structure of understanding of the creation will manifest itself, will rule on the new structure. In a way, we are there to show the totality of the understanding of the life of the man in a dimension from now on which man has never been aware of. The new systems are not for energy. The new systems will show you new dimension of life, that new structure, new understanding, totally new positions in the life of the science which is getting delivered will change the structure of life on this planet. Then energy, food, and rest becomes irrelevant, even though you need to have to be to confirm existence. I am detached, but detached from dimension of physicality. I'm detached from the life on this planet, but I am attached to the soul of the Creator, because it's me and it's part of me, as it is in every dimension I exist. But am I prepared to release? Am I prepared to show I can release? They asked us to show magic, then we believe it. If I show my magic, you'll commit suicide. The reason I don't show the magic, because I know you got a weak heart and a brain who does not understand, and it's no use killing people by themselves. What we can show to convince who we are will blind a man from the dimension of physicality. But still, we hustle and battle and set up companies and everything else because this is what you're happy with. Let's do it. Keep the children running. The technologies we show is for new world condition of universal order. This is to bring to the attention of the governments, to the ambassadors, to report back to the governments, something is happening. Something radically is coming up, and something is here on the table which is not theory. Sir, did you see, were you aware of my existence in your office while I was in Vienna? This is the change. This is the process of what we set up for you to understand. In different conferences, we'll show small pieces that collectively, by the time we arrive in Tehran, becomes a complete cycle. The question is, would we show you flying objects of the physicality in Tehran, or shall we show you the physicality flight of the soul of the man? Or with the knowledge which we carry and we show you and we teach you, would we manifest the soul of the prophets of God on that day? I always promise you, I'll let you see the soul of Christ. Would be fulfilled in Tehran. And do I need to go through this process in the time to come? To educate mankind as a leadership and common man of the knowledge seekers in a step by step to that point. We are here to complete the cycle. And it's no use leaving man with more physical dimension of ganses and the rest, as these were the tools to create a condition of trust that Gans is the soul of the man and not in the bottle that the man holds. Once you see it, you understand it, you have to understand it carries the same essence in the center of your own existence. You got to notice the way we have set up the conferences. Vienna, South America, into the Islamic world of Morocco, in the cradle of Christianity in the true essence in Malta. And then, why is the purpose, why we set up this way? That we carry the totality. Is mankind ready for the kindness of his creator? And then what will happen? Is there room for Vatican when the Christ is present in person? Or do they deny its existence? Would that be the same with other religions? Unless you have a photograph and you can compare it. The totality of the teachings as we progress, in essence, is confirmation and affirmation of the existence of the soul of the man, but man understanding the separation of the two. He can feel the essence of the soul, but does not need the physical dimension of the observation of the physicality would confirm the trip, the existence, the emotion of the soul of the man. As I said to somebody very recently, have you seen two eyes, a nose, and a mouth on the sun as a plasma or on a drop of gas? So shall you see the same on your soul. And then what essence the brain of the man has that translates the information of the soul to the dimension of physicality of the knowledge of the man, that you saw the grandma and she gave you an ice cream and you remember was the old house you used to go to. The house is demolished already 100 years ago. Then if we understand the translation of the energy of the soul into the dimension of physicality, and we see it in that way, can we bring the chip, as we say, of the soul, of his travels, and put it into the brain and say, okay, read us what is seen. In the coming time, we will show you the creation of the soul. And in the coming time, we will show you the conversion of the knowledge of the soul to the dimension of the physicality. You got to remember, when the egg and the sperm come together, they create a common ground, the first seed of the soul. And that common ground shares and creates all what is the same between the two. We need two eyes, two legs. This one is the same and the other one is the same, so this part becomes the leg. And then who's going to have the share of the skin? But this does not fit this way. If you put this blue eye with the white skin of the grandmother and blue eyes of the grandfather, he looks good enough to get enough attention to develop us more, because people look at it more. So now it comes the calculation of the soul in how to paint, decorate, and physically make this statue of the man. Then would we do that with the knowledge we gain from the soul when he comes back? And to be able to translate the knowledge in the dimension of physicality. There is a lot to learn, and in a coming time, the new technology, the new dimension in the dimension of physicality will give you this chance. This is where the true change and separation of the new knowledge of the creation comes, separating from the past and the present and the future. Past 5 years has been the transition. Past 20 years has been transition. Past 140, 60 years has been transition of the evolution of the man. Now we move into the next step. We start moving a few weeks ago, but now we can tell you how what is coming, what is going to be, how mankind will move into new dimensions of existence, new equipment, new tools if he needs it. In the coming months, you will see evolution in the world of science. In the coming months, you will see total change in whole structure of the every equipment you use around you. Because now we start releasing the new technology to those in the world of industry, that it can continuously, the purpose is to elevate the soul and confidence in the physicality soul of the man, to let the man be detached. You will find new communication systems you never heard before, because we have released the knowledge for it. You will see new traveling systems that you in past even could not dream about in the coming weeks and months, because we have released the knowledge is our grace. Mankind will go through a full cycle of the knowledge, new understanding. Partially the knowledge you had, but you never knew how to use it, was given to, but you didn't know how to utilize it. We teach you the new system for travel. We teach you the new system to travel in the dimension of the soul of the man. New energy systems, completely unknown. We have started transfer of the technology to most major corporations around the world. We come with full force with the new technology. Unknown. A few of those who are very close in that side have already started working, developing without you knowing. Because the new technology has to be for elevation of the soul of the man, not for the dimension of physicality of the man. And every aspect, speed on every level of the new technology will and is based on the elevation of the soul of the man that moves mankind into a new dimension. You receive energy from the field forces of the universe, from the soul of the creator in a dimension of the existence. The feeding system of this planet will change beyond your imagination, because we have to secure food in a way totally eliminate hunger, that we can bring peace. And mankind in its position has every tool to move in that position now. And only major corporations will be able to do so. They do not collaborate. We will make them to collaborate. We bring nations into the point that peace will become sacrosanct. That every nation work harder to create how more peaceful it is, not how much more weapons he has. No more 7.29 billion war machines. Last year we had 7.716 billion. We are spending 12 billion more to kill more. That card has been trumped. The new technology we release will revolutionize the whole of humanity. And it'll be for every nation and every single human being on this planet. It's the choice of the man not to use it, but it'll be available for it if he wants to use it. And then when we elevate the physicality of the man's soul, the soul of the man will choose the separation from what is done in the past. One of your biggest concern is the pollution of the atmosphere, which damages, in a way, it reduces the elevation of the soul of the man with all whatever it has created. In a short time coming, you will see no cars with fuel on this planet in less than a handful of years. We have released technology. I have to make the physical life comfortable enough that the physical man in the dimension of his souls gains trust to be able to find a peaceful environment for his souls to elevate. And that's why we are here. We're not here to give you physicality, God knows, paragraph system and the rest. We needed time to do a lot of things and a lot of things to be in the right position. Now we move on to the real purpose of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. Then, would we sell man's soul elevation system, or do we elevate the soul of the physicality of humanity, that the soul of the man finds its own freedom? I was waiting for this today, and today has completed the cycle I was waiting for, and as it was promised, it will complete. (12, 9, 2019). As of today, we have started releasing the most advanced technologies man ever known, has never known, into the cycle of change which we planned for. Creation of world peace, abundance of energy, abundance of food, medicine, water, clean atmosphere. We repair the damage of man to the soul of this planet. Then we create the condition for man to be peaceful enough to understand the level of the soul of the physicality is in the same dimension and direction of the soul of the man. Then detachment becomes part of it, or becomes ingredient of it, that it makes man ready for the universal community. The process is irreversible. In a very short time, what has been the menace to mankind, polluting and everlasting increasing, will diminish, will not be there anymore, because we have started transferring the technologies which brings us the energy of the universe in the hand of the need, the physical need of the man to satisfy his need. Go back to my teachings years ago. You remember? Find it. I said to you, when the time will come, man with 2 mobile phones will have everything he needs to exist and to survive. That day has come. Not only for the satisfying the need of the physicality, but for elevation of the soul of the man. I have started releasing the technology to major corporations, most important major corporations around the world, in the past 24 hours. And this will continue till we achieve our goal in the coming weeks and months. Any government, any nation obstructs will be handled severely by their own structure of the work to themselves, not by us. This way, No nation will be behind the other, and no nation will be ahead of the other. We develop it right across. We still have to do everything else that everybody else does, because what are you going to do? Sit on the street and wait for the sun to come and go to bed and become like the birds? Or you still just go around and collect food because you'll be fed as you want? We will use new ways of communication to feed humanity without the man ever need to worry about food to commit a crime. I told you before, the responsibility of the governors is to create the atmosphere that the man become peaceful. We govern with the new rules. It's the job of the Universal Council and the new board of directors, which is set up to satisfy, not to build, but to make sure the technology is spread directly across in equal terms by all the nations as one nation. We have a disaster in Bahamas. The most beautiful island in the world is devastated. And then the Americans are happy that the same hurricane turned a little bit and it went into the sea. But hundreds of thousands are suffering in the islands. The technology of present time should be able to feed them while they are there. Not to look for food, not to look for medicine, but to create. In the process of the knowledge and technology we have already, we don't need to do much. But with delivering the right way with the new science, we can feed everyone in that island. Every medicine they need, and even grow agriculture for them while they cannot do it themselves. You got to understand why this is possible. How the same way we can elevate the soul of the man in the same process, using the same technology. Do you remember? They said when he comes, he'll change everything. He has come and everything starts changing as of today. Be ready for the changes which is coming, and understand, do not break what we call the ethos. It's very simple. The time of what they called milk and honey has arrived. But remember one thing, don't drown yourself in it. The governments have to understand, we govern. The society has to understand, the governing of their soul is their responsibility. It's not anymore to feed the physicality. With the new technology we deliver, we look after physicality. It's for the man to elevate his soul, to understand the process, and in that process, to enter the universal community as one, as part of what has been and isolated himself from. Time of milk and honey comes when everything else is done. And it has come. We have decided. We deliver. In a very short years, everything which we have been used to abuse this planet and ourselves and the rest of the animals and trees and plants on this planet will change. Man shall not kill a single animal anymore. Man shall not pick a fruit. Man shall not destroy the soul of the planet. Enough is enough. The same shall be for the animals. The new technology is not physical, but carries the soul, the essence of the creation within it. And it's the only way it'll work. In so many ways, most of the damages done by mankind in past centuries will repair and heal itself. It's just the matter of very short few years as the technology gets transferred through and physically transferred to humanity. I have started the process today, and there shall be no end to it till we achieve the totality. You've been waiting for your energy power supplies. You've been waiting for your micrograph systems, this and that. You've been making systems. Now you understand why and how has been on the way. And it's been kept. That's the right time for it to be done. The time has come to complete the cycle. And in that process, as I said to those who understood in our meetings, no one needs to import nothing from nowhere. If you need copper for your whatever, then with the new technology, you produce it as you need it. What's going to happen to the African nations who were using copper as a means of feeding a few mouths while the white man was stealing from him? This time, we feed the African the same as the Asians and the Europeans to enjoy the pleasures of life the same. As the new technology will be delivered to us, to all. Comfort of food, energy, health, and everything else. And then I see how many of the Europeans become as lazy as the Africans, because all they need to do is just walk up a tree and get a plant and get a fruit, and that's it for the day. Why should I worry about the rest? Now, every man will have that. The only job will be, I want to do something. I'm fed of sitting at home. I want to help someone build something, do something that is progressively positive. Delivering national food security as one nation is my job, and I'll deliver. I have started it today. With the people I met are clearly, those who were with me understand, made it very clear how and where the Keshe Foundation will go. It's the same with your transportation. It's the same with every other aspect. As we hear, as we wished, those who are bolted have been bolted out, and that's part of our wish, and that was condition of prerequisite to the peace talks. That's the peace for humanity. That's the only way you can bolt out the Boltons. In so many ways, the whole humanity is getting ready for peace. As I said, We saw the last war. And now we have to create a condition that is peaceful, that man holds on to it, not by having too much fun creates another war. One of the reasons we can do this is because the knowledge of the man scientifically and physically has reached that point that these technologies can simply be delivered. And in so many ways, knowledge is the golden key, the new knowledge for mankind to enter the dimension of universal community, or what he has been told, the heaven. How many times you gone home to mom and she cooked and served you and kissed you and cuddled you and welcomed you home and says, Mom, this is heaven. Now we open the heaven to mankind by letting man to enter the universal community. That's the fulfillment of promises. But we just need a little bit more time to give you the confidence that all the fruits and all the animals and all the slaughterhouses are shut, not by virtue of nobody eating, but the virtue of nobody wanting to eat, because I'm full, why do I need to kill the animal? Then, if you receive this dimension, you don't want to taste how does this taste and how does that taste. Would the aliens with two tails will be different than aliens with four tails? Cannot taste it. Or I don't need, I have every energy, I enjoy the beauty of his existence. Now you understand when I say we have entered, and today's teaching is very important for those who understand. Because once we facilitate all these beauties, mankind will start looking for travel through his soul. And today's teaching was part of that. Because the other part is already getting facilitated. We are making you ready to enjoy yourself, the span of the universe. But do not taste the span of universe. And do not carry the emotion of the man in the dimension of the universe. We meet with those who are game changers. We meet with those who are changers of the game. And both have to work perfect in harmony that we can achieve what we want to do. It will be very difficult for some states to rely totally and independently on one product, very much like the nations of Saudi Arabia. These nations will suffer heavily as we move into the dimension of new technologies. They should have helped instead of destroying, and very much what we see the end of oil industry. It will be a shock in a few years' time, very handful of years. Mankind does not need to do what is done in the past 100 odd years when the first drops of oil were extracted from the depths of the Caspian Sea. We needed maybe to reach the elevation of the understanding of technological development of today to be able with it to understand the process of the elevation of the soul of man. But in essence, oil industry has come to an end as of today. Does not matter what they try, technology will never go back. It's very much when we used to burn coal and we used to burn wood in our houses everywhere. Now we have electricity and central heatings and the rest. Now we create energy in the dimension of universal condition, and there is no need in any shape or form for oil industry. These are processes which we have started. Part of the what we call planet pollution, which has been the concern of the mankind for CO2, as of today is resolved. In the coming time, short coming time, you hear the leading corporations around the world will collaborate with Keshe Foundation in development of the new systems for transportation without any atmospheric damage. The process has started, and those who work and around us, they've been witness to it. We start transferring most advanced technologies man has never known to create the condition of peace, and with it to create condition of equality amongst men, and at the same time that man does not need to kill to feed himself. That has been the essence of the biggest problem of man, being blocked and being kept away from universal community. Who are you gonna eat next? As you know, I need to chew is one of those things which I explained to you before. The very first volunteers where the what we call health processing were used, after a while, but not eating, she asked, can I have a banana? I need something to chew. I'm not hungry, but I need something to chew. That habit of chewing has to go from the essence of the existence of the man. In another case, one of the knowledge seekers who used to drink from the cups and hasn't eaten for months or weeks, he said something very strange on the table. He said, you know, Mr. Keshe, I have to eat because you're sitting here and in front of you, I cannot sit and not eat. But I haven't eaten for months because I eat here just because you're sitting here. And I thought to myself, what a stupid thing. You should actually not eat. Somebody's microphone is open. You should not eat in front of me to show you achieve the evolution, the cycle. So this process will start in the coming time. We will use the most advanced companies in the technology. We are not going for the Mickey Mouse companies and setting up. We target the most advanced companies in every sector and we collaborate with them. In the coming times, we'll collaborate with European Airbus. We'll collaborate with Boeing to convert their systems into the non-usable burning fuel systems. Very easy, can be done. In the coming time, we work with most of the shipping liners to convert secure jobs, but in different way that we eliminate the most polluting systems on this planet, which is the ships on the high seas. But we have to guarantee the job, not the jobs, but life, joy of living to what we call the crews of these places, these ships. In so many ways, I am restructuring the human life by technology, by knowledge, by delivering in a process that in a short time, many of you will start understanding the work of your soul, because the time of honey and milk, which means you'll be all in happiness, and it says in the Persian word, behesht, or what you call paradise, will come to all of us. And this is not a dream. We have started the process. Those are close to me, worked with me in research and development, have already seen the first phases of this. We're transferring these to create the first condition of world stability in food and health. Education of the man will be how to be peaceful, not how many wars we won and who was much stronger. We don't need to pull and push ships across the world to show we have a power, and then we do everything else to stop, and then we do what we like. We have to erase the memory of war and warmongering and killing from the soul of the man in its physical dimension, as the soul of the man has left some bad imprints on his both side, the physical soul and his soul need some adjustment, and that adjustment has started today. As I said, we're not fighting, we're delivering such a beautiful position that the greed of the man will bring the end result. The greed for peace, the greed for position of having everything in hand. National food security, national health security, national energy security is the job of the Keshe Foundation globally. And through the new company we set up, we enforce it, we encourage it, we finance it, because it needs to be done that the humanity moves. And everything is there. It's just a little bit of twitching and we achieve it. It'll be there. You got to understand, over 10 billion handsets are floating around this planet. And there are about 7 billion of you. Some places we can share 1 or 2. So it's very easy. The technology has brought us to that point that is easy to transfer and easy to achieve. We will feed mankind through the present communication systems, as was explained today, to those who matter and have the power to make the change. We bring a new cycle of the transportation without fuel. It's already been discussed with those who are in this game. In a coming time, on my return to Europe, Airbus and Boeing will be directly handed both technologies. It's for them to convert their system. At the same time, we will achieve in a very simple way the direction of disarmament. Not by force, but by delivering the technologies that nobody has fear of another to do any damage. In my visit in Tehran shortly, we deliver more advanced technologies in agriculture that will come out of the Iranian scientists and universities. We work closely with Sharif Tehran University to deliver these technologies. Our American counterparts in Arizona have a direct instruction how to start looking and setting up the factories for a space development in the state of Arizona. As we have become a worldwide international cooperation in the United States, we can do things in a different way, and this is the different way as of today. Spread of technology without patterns, with a trust and understanding that intellectual rights are protected. The spread of the knowledge and technology to be equally spread across human race without expectation, and at the same time setting the scene for understanding the time when the man will convert every gun into a rose pot. I'm not a dreamer, I'm a doer, and I started it. And when I do, it's very easy. Any questions? Or shall we call it a day?
Well, thank you, Mr. Kesh. We're coming up on 3 hours here. We've had Dimitar, who's had his hand up patiently here, I guess, for quite some time. I think he had a question on the earlier part of the teaching. Would you like to go ahead? Let me allow you to talk there. Should be able to open your microphone now, Dimitar, if that is the way you pronounce your name. Maybe he's not able to do that right now. Okay, is there anybody else who'd like to go ahead with a question? We do have a question from Dan in the Q&A. He says, does my soul carry all the memory and bearing the strength of emotions at the moment of detachment? The soul, emotion, and physicality interlocking the amino acid with CH3, feeding from energy transfer from the universe with the hemoglobin field. It controls the system, but who controls my soul? Kind of
Next question you should have understood in the teaching. You're still stuck in Ganses. Maybe he would like to make a system and is going to mix them and say, oh, it didn't work. I'll tell you a joke, but reality. The knowledge seekers in China are doing very well. They come up with some interesting dimensions and directions. And they have given, they started a business in water cleaning, and they could not, they went to sell the system, they couldn't sell it because it didn't do what they did. And they went back to, not to me, but to somebody in the Chinese government structure to tell him, can you ask Mr. Kesh, why doesn't our system work to do what it's supposed to do? We did what he said in one of the teachings. They don't come to me because I've told them what you're doing is wrong. So they won't come to me. And I said to the guy to tell them they're short of some elements. Now they're all working because they want to commercialize it. They want to be the richest people on this planet. And so they come back again asking, can we, what do we need to do? I said it's very strange when my own knowledge seekers have to go to Chinese government officials to tell them, to ask me what they need to do. And in a way, it's become very interesting that the officials know and they become, in a way, knowledgeable in the technology, and they start handling the technology because they are working with it with the knowledge seekers. But unfortunately, some of our knowledge seekers have listened but never understood. There's a point recent, while I'm remembering, by a number of people in respect to, we see a lot of products are going around the market with the Keshe Foundation logo, and then we said you cannot use logo. Chinese came up with a fantastic, it's the same circle but they put XYZ on it instead of putting KF. So we are not KF Global anymore, KF Foundation or whatever. You can cheat the color, but you cannot cheat the soul of the agreement. We have told you from the beginning, you make something, you build something, it's your responsibility to put back into the foundation what you took. all the money you're making, you're quite welcome. We have this discussion in Brazil at the moment. There are people who live, their livelihood comes from teaching and working around the foundation. Otherwise, they have no income. Many people are doing this. There are people in France, in Germany, who they're working and producing products of the Keshe Foundation, and their own intuition is the only source of income. We become an industry. Thousands of people around the world are doing this, making paint pens, pen pads, magraphs. Some of it works, some of it don't because they never got it right. And many of you make a living out of the process of the teaching. Remember two things. My agreement with you was two ways. You pay back to the foundation a percentage of what you earn. You'll find out it'll come to nothing. The payback is not by putting cash in the account of the Keshe Foundation. If you wish that way, you're quite welcome. But the payback has to be transparent to the foundation and to those who use my name, that you give that percentage as donation, as tools of Keshe Foundation, not cash, to the others to enjoy the knowledge and the technology and spread the knowledge. This is the agreement I made with mankind. You break it, it's the covenant. You will see the problem. Many of you who did, who suffered. The condition is very simple. What you take, you have to put back in, that it can expand and it can support and become a pleasure to the life of the others. I've seen people using my face on the cups and my name underneath of it. I give 10% to the foundation. I make the other 90% for me. Did I know you're making the cups? And you think 10% using my face to make money is good enough for you? Have I become another Mary Christ and God knows who on the cups? Has I become that bad? But if that gives you an income to feed your child, it's no problem. If you need to use my face, my technology, but remember, you pay back to the foundation, which is all of us. You give one free. You teach one free. You make sure the one you give to signs the World Peace Treaty. What it means, World Peace Treaty. When you use my name, my symbol, my technology, you carry my soul. You betray my soul, it pays back for itself. We see massive number, thousands, tens of thousands of people are making living out of gases, gas production and everything else. Actually, they're doing better than the foundation does. Our foundation team are absolutely useless compared to the knowledge seekers. Because we are all in research and little bits here and there, and those who became wise, they set their own companies. What happened? Where did you think you're going to go very far? What you take has to be put back in. And it's put back in the society. It's put back in giving. Don't ever be afraid if I teach daily and they start making millions. The time has come for them to teach. There's always 7 billion of us. Do I stop teaching you freely? Do I stop spreading the knowledge freely? Who are you to block not to teach another for what you received free? Keshe Foundation needs donation to run. And the people support people who support you. We start a structure from now on. The finances of the foundation through the corporation set in the United States is totally separate from it. It's the job of you knowledge seekers to fund the foundation if you expect to do it. until the structure of the new company sets and transfers the funds back into community, not back into the hand of the foundation to sit there for foundation to spend on all of you. And you think, oh, I do a lot, I do something for you. Do not contribute, we can block, we stop. Has it been that way? No, we still do. We still are here, all of us, in every shape or form. They have money, they don't need us, so everything I make is mine. The fat dog dies very quickly because the fat sits around the heart. We make agreement with the governments. We know how to move things around. We are very comfortable in doing it. But make sure all these monies you made from the speeches on the Keshe Foundation, the systems, the patients, the doctors, what have you put into the foundation? Or you're too busy making in the name of the foundation that you haven't put in. Watch it, will wither away. Many of the foundation people who did that, they withered. Make sure you put back into the foundation, which is all of us, what you take and is given to you free, that it can keep the cycle.
Are you still there, Mr. Keshe? Oops, I believe we'll have to reconnect with Mr. Keshe. Hang in there. Bear with us another minute or so while we reconnect with Mr. Keshe. I am confident he will reappear.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm
we
back.
can hear you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry about that. Somebody sent me a message, and the minute I received the message, my network drops. So it's the responsibility of knowledge seekers to understand. as we have entered the American stock market, we make a very clear distinction between the Keshe Foundation work and the stock market. And anything which is said outside of the stock market publication is to do with the foundation, not to do with the stock market. Very clear. Usually the trend is that, as I said many times, people start with a little shop, it becomes bigger and it becomes very big, and then they open philanthropies, they become a foundation and they give their wealth. We did the reverse. We done the knowledge spreading. We have built it up to a commercial organization to feed itself in a very big way. And we cannot separate now that we have gone into the American stock market for you to buy shares to teach, to stop the sharing the knowledge. This was not our ethos. This is not what we came here for. That once we get to the market and we can commercialize, we say goodbye and that's it, the knowledge goes the other way. We have gone opposite. We are strengthening it, because strengthening this public company strengthen the humanity. It's for the spending on the welfare of all of us, and how you support it and how you go to do it is totally your responsibility. We have valued it. The market share value you see has no relevance to the stock value of the Keshe Foundation. We are intellectual structure. These shares, when they came, is the time when it was another business, and it takes a few months for the market to adjust new values to it is. A lot of you will go into the market once the name is released to buy it to make a profit. That's is a stealing. Those people who bought these shares years ago and they sat on it, you think they don't know about the foundation and you go and grab it. You have to understand, have you informed them what it is, why you're buying it? Or can we share your share? We monitor closely these shares in the stock exchange. The value which is coming to the market is what has been as a dormant company, and people are buying and selling it in different prices, but is not the true value of the foundation. It'll be evaluated by the market in the coming weeks, and as we make announcements to it, don't think I can buy it in pennies and I'll make a killing. You will kill yourself with it. There is limited amount of shares in the market, and any exposure to further shares will be tightly controlled by the Keshe Foundation management team. How we spread the share, how we do it, and how much shares the company will release to bring the needs of the foundation of the new global corporation into delivering what we call technologies and products across the planet. And we control it tightly, but please understand very, very clearly, just because we got into the stock market and we deliver technologies does not mean that we stop teaching. If you take from us any technology and develop it, if you are real, you come to the foundation. This is a company I set up with your knowledge. I can have some share of it. The rest stays in the stock, that it brings back the value for the others to enjoy. We can finance you more. We can support you to extend it or join the foundation. In a way, whatever you bring into becomes part of totality. As I said to Arman, we were laughing our head off. I said, you know, Arman, we are both stupid. We built up the foundation because Arman and I, we carried the shares on behalf of the foundation. And now we gave it away to public, to people. I said, we are very stupid, aren't we? Because we are stupid in believing in what we do is correct, that it brings peace, but we are stupid enough to believe mankind is not stupid to make the mistakes of the past. But I don't think we are stupid. We are very clever. We know what we've done, and it's a joy. We transferred most of the assets of the Keshe Foundation into the hand of the new organization, American Stock Exchange. And in the process of coming weeks, we transfer more or less all the assets into Global. So when you buy shares of our work, and you have to bring your work into. Do not go and take shares just because they are for pennies and I make money. I share half of it with the foundation, I'll give it back. This is not the way to be done. If you have structure, if you have a technology, you want to develop it, come to us from now on. Global will finance it. If we see it, we set up a group to evaluate new products, new technologies, and we support you because we are here globally to put things in. We take our shares in financing, and from now on we raise finance in the market for it. The process has changed. We had to go through this transition past 12 months to get where we are now. So you become a shareholder in the structure. You have a good idea. You're looking for it to be done. Give us a few weeks, maybe cover a handful of weeks. The Keshe Foundation Global Operation has a broad board of directors. And as you will hear in the announcements of the company in the next few hours, maybe a few days, you know all the members of the board of directors. We could go outside and bring directors in to make it, but they would not carry the ethos of the foundation. We saw that in one of our companies. We brought outsiders to help us out, and the outsiders did exactly what we did because they don't carry the ethos, they don't understand, they never understood. So in that process, you will see clearly we are headed by a woman, very competent woman, as the head of the CEO of the Keshe Global structure. She has 100% support and confidence of the board of directors. And in time, we invite you to join us to build a solid base. Some of your technologies which you might bring us, we will tell you we don't want to participate, because it's not that we don't want to, is we know the new technologies coming up will disappoint you. Many of the Keshe Foundation development systems you have maybe created through GANs or whatever, in the development of the delivery of the new technologies which started today, they become obsolete. And there is, we don't see, or we have to tell you what the technology has gotten moved on to, which is not in public domain. And we build on that. But in any shape or form, if you make a pillow or you make a blanket or you make an agricultural system, which we see it is part of, it can help to build the industry around you, for you, that the foundation can be part of it, we support you. Just give us, we need a few weeks to ourselves and our team to settle in the position, and we are there from now on to support the Keshe Foundation needs in the dimension of commercialization. But as I said, will not stop us from teaching and developing new technologies. All the technologies developed belongs to the foundation. Global is the beneficiary of the development, and in turn will return as an intellectual right back to the foundation for the payment that we can spend through the Universal Council for what is needed. As of past couple of hours, few hours, as the American stock market started, we have become officially part of the American stock market, what we call organization. And the name of the company is kept temporarily for a while, and in time will be changed into Keshe Foundation KF Global. And all the communications will go through kfglobal.global or kfg.global. We will inform you of the structure as our team set the things up. From now on, Global is totally separated from the foundation. And this is very important for you to understand. Global, Keshe Foundation Global, is a commercial entity which uses the knowledge and the ethos of the foundation. Foundation does not hold any shares in Global, but through proxy controls the whole of the operation of scientific development and the need of the humanity through it. We are solid in knowledge and technology, and all the new technologies on agreements will be transferred into two directions, into the foundation for the support of humanity. The share values we set, we're going to announce it, what we set the valuation, and any shares after this, what is in the market, put in the market, is delivered at that price, not what is in the market, because that price is set to bring peace, to bring stability, world peace, and has a value. And I don't think you will buy a share at, let's say, $1 to go and sell it at 3 or 5 or 10 cents. So when you buy or when you're offered to purchase shares in the new company, it's not a stock market. It's sold under a specific category of shares, and it's the value we put on it till the market realizes the valuation of the technology. So you become shareholders, owners of the shares, on understanding of the price which is set for the foundation to achieve its goals, not what is in the stock exchange. Those shares in the stock exchange will stay that way. And we know as they realize, as the valuation comes and people start trading in the prices, it'll come to the price we set and above it in next year, 2 years. So what we have, what you see, is what the people hold as shares. And the shares of the foundation, as we always been independent and worked our own way, will stay on the warranty with the foundation. This is very important that is understood by all the knowledge seekers and the stock market. We don't run two values. We value our technology at the price we set. Anyone comes to us for shares, they want to buy shares, shares goes at the value we set on the warranty, which means the price we put. Not, if you want, you can wait for those 24 million shares to be sold by somebody somewhere one day, you can make something of it. But the price is set by the foundation, and already we have issued guarantees to keep that price and allow it to increase. These are all be explained through the press release by the Global. But do not go on the price you see, because this company has been on the dormant for years. When we bought it, we paid huge amount of money to bring it into the foundation, but market has to start knowing what the foundation does. And in time, if they want to value it as it is, as a scientific organization and new sciences. So there'll be a lot of interest opposite to the present trend in the market, that you will not see any shares into the market coming up given by the foundation. We control 100% shareholding in this company. We control 100% shares. What we release is common shares, which is for what the foundation stands for and what we set up for investments. We have to make this clear because as of today, the stock market of the company has gone back into operation. It's been released. The takeover will be announced. It has to be done within 3 days, hopefully by Monday. that we have taken, and we become, the Keshe Foundation has become as part of the subsidiary of this company till we change the name to the Keshe Foundation in the coming weeks and months, as this company has been trading some 30 odd years in the stock exchange. It belongs to the work, and it belongs to purpose of peace. And most of the technologies we transfer to major corporations will be run on the global, unless there are some restrictions in our work through to governmental restrictions. We keep some companies of the foundation outside the global for the purposes which are set, and maybe in the future the foundation and by the wishes of the Universal Council and the Earth Council, as they take over the management of these companies, they'll be brought back into umbrella of the global, but everything is owned and controlled by the foundation. Please, we've seen many people asking, can we buy shares? If you want to buy shares at the prices which are in the market, you're quite welcome, but tell the people why you're buying it and see if they want to sell it. Be correct in your conduct. For those of you who are working with the ethos of the foundation, get in touch through the Keshe Foundation website of the global. We will not respond any trade come to us regarding the global operation. Will be given an address to get in touch with, even though we know the answer in the foundation, because there are two different entities. You can buy, you can send your request. We have to wait till it's announced in the market, then we give this information out, because some people say you're putting the shares out, but nobody can buy. I want to give it to my family. I promise, this is ridiculous. We have to go through the process. Now the process is completed. Get in touch through the channels. When you see the company registration in the market, there is a link on it. Send you want to buy shares on a guarantee, on a warranty, and then you'll be told this is the condition, this is the price. We put it and we value it. And there are some undertaking in the valuation we put, like if the price we put within 2 years does not reach, let's say we put the price of $10 per share, and the price in 2 years time or 3 years time does not reach 10 but is 5, we give you additional shares type thing. But that's the arrangement with the board of management will make in the trading, that you do not lose any money, because now we are in a stock market. We have the rights to play the right game the right way and finance what the foundation needed. Instead of going to the banks to borrow money and all the restrictions and all the pressures, now we develop, invest in the countries. Our first target factory is in Arizona. Our team in Arizona are still working on it. The system with the state of Arizona will invest the first up to $300 million in Arizona for development of the space technology and other products which we need to do in America. America will need the technology more than any nation once the zero trade comes in. The farmers cannot support unless we increase their products capability for the American, not to flood the rest of the world with cheap products. This very fine game foundation has to play. Our situation in Ghana is on the point of completion and resolving. We can announce this completely. The investigation by the government of Ghana, the investigation group appointed, has found everything in the favor of the Keshe Foundation. We move back and we carry on investing as part of the global. We transfer Ghana to global, and we will build the first space stations in Ghana in the coming weeks. We start the processing that. We received a preliminary report appointed by the government in what was done wrong in what they call the nation of Ghana. The investigators have found everything in favor of the Keshe Foundation. And this is now we're waiting for His Excellency the President of Ghana to make the final decision. And as I told them today, we announced this because the Keshe Foundation Ghana still is outside the ownership of global. If the money which has been absconded in Ghana and created so much problem for our staff is not resolved will ask, we release documentation that no one invests in the state of Ghana till the government stops this kind of behavior. We still support the state of Ghana, we still support the government of Ghana in investment, but the problem created in Ghana, and now that the report has found Keshe Foundation 100% correct, has put right by the president himself and the office of the executive in a very short time. This, once it's done, we transfer the Ghanaian operation into the ownership of the Keshe Foundation Global. This is important for us. Ghana will become the second point of investment. We again invest heavily in Ghana to bring what we promised, what we started. And I thank all the staff who suffered so much in Ghana because of misconduct of one man and greed of the other. The situation with Italy is we invest in Italy very rapidly in the coming months in the north, in a heavy way in the water development. We have structures with the Italian government structure because it's needed, it's very crucial. We invest again in the state of Austria for medical application, and we invest huge amounts in China for different developments and global operation, not the foundation operation. Our investment in respect to China is committed to the peace work of the Chinese government, and we work still through the same channels. We will transfer all the ownership of most of, except one company around the world, into the operation of the global, which means primarily 3 companies will run the operation of the Keshe Foundation globally. One is the global, which is none. There is one operation in Europe, which stays out of global because of the operational technical problems, which at the moment sits with the American administration operation, and one in China. So for those Keshe Foundation supporters who support us to get to where we are, we'll most probably by maybe, I don't know what the team decides, by Monday you should hear, according by law, we have to release press release on this basis that the Keshe Foundation is taken over, what do you call it, Keshe Global has become total subsidiary of the stock market company in the US, and we have transferred, Arman and I as trustees have transferred everything back into it. And now we both stand back with it still as a main trustee to the foundation. We carry all the objectives of the foundation. Our commitment to bring this about is complete. The foundation assets has been transferred to global operation that commercially we stand answerable internationally to our work, and on the same time we go to the market to raise funds for the projects which we have set up in developing new technologies and supporting you with your new technologies. We need a lot of support in right across the global in assessing new technologies which you bring, and we want to finance. Instead of you going to looking for a bank, if they give you, your first call should be your home. And we set a structure, we carry the finances, we carry the expertise, we bring everything is possible. You take certain percentage towards what you have brought, and we amalgamate everything into one structure. And global outside China will stay the same. Inside China, the corporation which set up as part of the Keshe operation in China as of 1st of October, we hopefully, or sometimes middle of October, will do the same. If you have set up an operation in China that is beneficial to the nation, we look at, we go in partnership with you and we finance it. It's the same, it will come through different ways, the same in outside China. You have developed technologies, we see it, we assess it. But you have to understand, if we refuse or we say we can't do, because the new technologies will supersede what you have done. And if it is small enough, we structure global in very much as we can, the traditional, what we call small banks. The small operations, we have to support you. You're a single woman, you build something that it feeds your family or whatever, we look at it. And if we can bring it to a bigger operation that it gives you an income, the foundation has nothing to do with it, but global can finance it to do both macro and micro, till we build up the big operations for nationally, for humanity, but at the same time we get involved in changing societies at the same time. It's a big task, but the foundation is big. And do not come in just to see, as many of you did during the work of the foundation, as a fat pig we can milk it. Those days are gone. You milked the cow too far, too much, and now those who stayed behind holding the cow suffered with it a lot. So these things have finished. Everything goes, anything from global has to be passed by its board of directors, and it's 14 of them. Is one of the largest board of directors, with each one having their own responsibility, as you will see in the announcement of the board of directors of the foundation in the coming days, global in the coming days. I should thank very much Armen for, after 2 years of torturing him, for bringing this home. And he wrote something very, very interesting, and I would like to share it because it brought a lot of a smile to my face, and it made me really laugh. He says very simply, because we see the link of the company being floated back in the stock market, but you don't see it because you don't know where it is. He writes to me beautifully, and he makes me laugh, and I think you make a lot of you laugh. Armen writes, congratulations. Officially, you're trading in US stock market. Are we going to issue some shares to God? He will be very happy. Good job, boys. He will never imagine that the knowledge of universe is trading in the stock market. And so we even brought the knowledge of God for man to make money out of it, to bring peace for himself. It is interesting that knowledge seekers and officials in governments and the rest to understand that foundation work and foundation development of technologies bears no bearing on the work of the financial side of the foundation, which is the global. Global is an independent entity working to create jobs, profit for its shareholders, and achieving the goals of the, what it is, World Peace Treaty. We make every endeavor to develop and share as much as we can, and just because going commercial does not stop us sharing our knowledge on a daily basis with you. Any questions?
I don't see any hands up or people going forward here. There was
Can I jump in?
there you go, Jalal.
Be
go ahead.
careful you don't fall in the deep end, Jalal. Yes, you can jump in.
I
No,
call him Jumping Jalal.
I learned how to jump. Mr.
Do
Cash,
you
I
need
have
the parachute?
no, sir. I have my own.
Parachute.
Mr. Cash, I have two questions, but it's not regarding today teaching. Although it's all teaching, you know. Can I ask, please?
Yes.
Okay.
We as usual, if you would like to answer, we answer, no problem.
You would like to answer it, I know. Mr. Cash, what is this called bronze diabetes? We know diabetes 1, diabetes 2, but what is bronze diabetes?
Would you like Rick to bring it up on the Google?
Yes, please. Because this is the first time I heard about it.
Sorry,
And
what's it called again?
bronze diabetes.
Bronze
Yes.
diabetes?
Yeah. And if I am correct, I think the thymus have something to do with it.
Are we going to get into a medical teaching here?
No. It's only
Okay.
to know, you know. If you know, and then you can find something for it.
Okay. Okay, I got it here, I think. No, that's the wrong one. It would be called an iron overload in Wikipedia.
Yes.
Could you share the screen?
Yeah. Yes.
Would you like to read it the way you usually do?
Okay, I'll make it a bit bigger so people can see it. Try to. There we go. Okay, it says, well, this is, first of all, this is what came up when I searched for the bronze diabetes, like you mentioned. So I'll read it here from Wikipedia. Iron overload indicates an accumulation of iron in the body from any cause. The most important causes are hereditary hemochromatosis, HHC, a genetic disorder, and transfusional iron overload, which can result from repeated blood transfusions. Signs and symptoms. Organs most commonly affected by hemochromatosis are the liver, heart, and endocrine glands. It mentions some. Do you want me to continue reading or?
Yeah.
Okay. Hemochromatosis may present with the following clinical syndromes: chronic liver disease and cirrhosis of the liver, heart involvement, heart failure, irregular heart rhythm, hormonal issues, diabetes, see below, and hypogonadism, which is insufficiency of the sex hormone producing glands, which leads to low sex drive and or loss of fertility in men and loss of menstrual cycle in women. Diabetes in people with iron overload occurs as a result of selective iron deposition in islet
Beta
beta
cells.
cells in the pancreas, leading to a functional failure and cell death. Arthritis from calcium pyrophosphate deposition in joints, leading to joint pains. The most commonly affected joints are those of the hands, particularly the knuckles of the second and third fingers. Bronzing of the skin. This deep tan color, in concert with insulin insufficiency due to pancreatic damage, is the source of a nickname for this condition, bronze diabetes. And it goes on for the causes. The causes can be distinguished between primary cases of hereditary or genetically determined and less frequent secondary cases acquired during life. People of Celtic, being Irish, Scottish, Welsh, Cornish, Breton, etc., English and Scandinavian origin have a particularly high incidence, with about 10% being carriers of the principal genetic variant, the C282Y mutation on the HFE gene, and 1% having the condition. This has been recognized in several alternative names such as Celtic curse, Irish illness, British gene, and Scottish sickness.
It happens only to that island. They never moved out of the Bronze Age, that's what it is.
Okay, that's a good answer.
I never heard of this disease, even though I lived in England for 30 years nearly. Maybe that's why the Irish are so beautiful. They have bronze, what do you call it, diabetic on them. I do not know. I've never heard of this disease, so I cannot comment. I've got to understand what it is before I can make you any comment. But very interesting why it does with the iron deficiency. We know iron has the connection with the production of CH3, which leads to creation of hemoglobin. And what can you go further up, please, back to the top, Rick? From everything we see here with the liver and the pancreas and iron and everything else, this seems to be a very much connection to hemoglobin. That's where most of all of the ions are used, and it always ends up, whatever is with hemoglobin ends up in the liver, and most probably too much of it creates that condition of metal deposition. Never heard of such a disease, but it's very interesting.
May that be why we have so many redheads or red pigmented people in
From
Great
England.
Britain? Yeah.
But
Especially Ireland.
But that came that, yeah, because don't forget they used to paint themselves blue, huh? We don't know what was in that paint. It's gone into their blood. Now makes them bronze. You know, they call the British blue-blooded, you know that? And they say if you're really British, you're blue-blooded, because as I said to a lady who was shouting on the street, calling me a foreigner, I said to her, when Persia had an empire, you were painting yourself blue because you didn't have any intellect to make an arrow. Because when the Vikings used to attack England, they had no sense of anything. They were a bunch of, what do you call it, nomads in a way. They found this blue paint and they used to paint themselves blue and go in front of the Vikings, and they used to run away because they never seen a blue man. And they say if you're a true British, you're blue-blooded, you come from those, what do you call it, a bunch of people who used to paint themselves blue. And maybe this comes from that time, but it's very interesting.
Mr. Keshe, one of the things that is mentioned is this idea of the transfusion with that and the iron overload that occurs there. So there was a question actually earlier before this came up from Celine, who asks, you said Mr. Keshe said that man's blood is in a GAN state in the last teaching. And,
always is. I didn't say it is.
Right.
Yeah.
So she's asking, what's the feasible way to look at blood transfusion? When people donate blood, he also delivers his emotion in totality to the one who receives. Also, before blood delivers to the one who receives, it gets processed with some chemicals. So it seems there's some side effects for the blood transfusion.
Yes, we carry a lot in our blood. One of the ways we are looking to overcome this, not the Keshe Global trading side is set up, is one of the things I think will come up in their research will be the production of pure blood with no contamination. This was tested by FDA 2-3 years ago for us. It's extremely pure hemoglobin, and if it's produced in a specific way, is the original blood, which means it fits any of us. It's what we call O, but without any contamination. But this needs to be developed. It's something we were working on with FDA Ghana before all the problems started, and the team in FDA are very helpful. Hopefully now that the inquiry is completed by the investigators, we'll carry on with this work in Ghana. We were doing beautiful research in Ghanaian universities and with the government in Ghana. It's highly talented people. And this is one of them. One of them was this blood for transfusion, because in Africa they cannot do this and they cannot hold blood. It costs a lot of money in the heat and the dirt and everything else. So one of the ways of doing it is to produce fresh blood on a continuous standard base that it can fit everyone. And the hemoglobin we produce is one of the most beautiful pure ones, but it's a specific way. We never released the code of production, but what is used is very, very effective, and it can overcome many, many diseases. And we were just about to go to the next step of hopefully what we call intravenous injection of this blood to find the effects of it. But it's very, you cannot produce it the way you produce cancers. It has a specific way, has to give it specific characteristics. And in a way, it's developed for the space technology. We don't carry blood banks in the space, so we had to develop this technology for space development. And you don't have to worry. In the coming time, now we have opened the parameters of the what we call global in stock market. We will receive a different ways of operation and research, and we feedback everything. We will never patent any technology. That's the ethos of the work of the global. But we request for those who use our technology to put back into the foundation for what they receive. So it becomes a matter of soul respect and actually man's commitment to anything else. But it is, you can do. I understand, I see the structure. When you come with a hemoglobin and blood transfusion, you carry ions in the blood. Then there are ways of producing now bloods in a very specific way that what you call without contamination. It's a pure blood. Any other question? What was your second question, Jamal?
Yeah, Mr. Kash,
Jalal?
thank you. Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Kash.
We learned something from you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. What is shine glass? Shine glass? Herpes.
Shingles,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
shine glass, shingles.
Shingles.
Shingles is a part of, it is psychosomatic manifestation of a stress.
It's not dream state, in a way.
It comes through a stress. It's when the skin cannot match with the flesh. If you look at that, with different layers of the skin cannot stand the psychological pressure, and they move like a platelets in different directions, the inner and outer, and it comes from what they call, and it usually has like itching effect, burning effect. It's just the movement of the nerves. The plates of the skin, the 3 layers, move against each other, and literally they tear. But And that is virtually, if you look at it, it's like an amputation pain, but it's continuously there because it stays, and it is reversible. I've done some tests on it. It's reversible in a specific way. You can reverse part of it. Yeah,
Can we say the place where it appears, it can shine? Where is the problem? From
it doesn't
suppressing?
shine. It's the orientation of the skin layers. Sometimes it becomes blue, very dark blue. Depends case by case, person per. Sometimes it's just a continuous itching of the skin. It comes through. It can appear anywhere on the body, and they call it herpes and the rest of it. But this is our understanding of the work of it. They call it herpes and everything else, but shingles initially. But they used to say it's the sailors' problem with lack of vitamin C and the rest of it. That's another part of it. But it's literally a stress layer between the disturbance between the 3 layers of the skin creates that. And
Okay.
vitamin C is part of that structure. So.
Good
Okay,
morning,
Mr. Kais, thank you.
I think it's a herpes zoster that when later on people get older, through a stress, it shows up like a skin problem.
It's a psychosomatic disease.
But they say originality of it, people who have gotten herpes in childhood, then this can shows up in old age through a stress. But then if you didn't have it when you were a child, then not necessarily you will get it. They said this is a dormant form of herpes, becomes dormant. When you get older, if not a stress, it shows up as shingle.
There's a school of thought and research which shows those who have herpes and they get it around their lips. We discussed this in one of the teachings before. 85% of these people end up with Alzheimer's because the strength of it, as we see in different features, creates what we call like a pain barrier or information barrier, as like a virus in memory part of the brain, because it has a specific strength which fits this virus, and it's reversible. But long-term research shows, as you said, if you had a herpes in childhood, you end up with shingle, but at the same time 85% end up with Alzheimer's. It moves between the skin layers at a point of infection between the lip and the skin. And the same thing with the sexual organs. But it shows itself, it's the psychosomatic, because it's a point of this, the two have to meet, as we call it, and it's a mismatch. And the layers slide against each other in so many ways that they create. It's like a amputation, I call it, so easiest way to explain it. One of the layers, yes.
I have a question.
Yes. Has it happened ever? You never had one, Azar? Yes.
Mr. Kesh, when your soul separates from the physicality soul, and when you look
Pardon?
When the soul leaves the physical body,
yeah,
when the soul look at everything on this planet, isn't it more beautiful? Because I think I have an experience of it. Everything is.
What do you mean by that? Isn't it beautiful?
Is it? I mean, it's more like you see, like everything is more vibrant. Like the trees, you can see every single cell of the trees. You can see everything just like this.
Everything shines bright,
shines
as
bright.
you want to call it.
Yeah, everything shines bright because I had the experience, and actually, I was.
Without shamas or with shamas process?
What do you mean? With shaman? No. I tell you later, but this is something different. But anyway, I was sitting on a glass. Actually, my husband was sitting on a glass, and whatever I was doing, it doesn't matter. But this is what I saw. I, when he was sitting, he waves at me, and everything around him was so beautiful and light, and the glass was vibrant and like moving, and he was as if floating, and he was talking to me, but my soul was the soul was talking to each other, but it wasn't me. I mean, it wasn't physicality. And he says, "Honey, why don't you let go?" And I look for love of my life all my life until I found you, and don't worry about anything. I will take care of you now, and I will take care of you when I'm gone. And when I look around, the trees were like in my face, and I could see every single thing in the trees. I could the sky, the cloud, they were right in my face, and I was like, even when I came out, I mean, the trees were right in my face. I could, I mean, you don't really when you want to talk, when you want to use word doesn't justify. I mean, the minute you come to place these things in words, it loses its beauty. And then I could talk to the trees, not talking, because the feeling is talking. And actually I cried so much because I lost, and I told the trees and plants and everything, I said, I'm so sorry that I didn't see what I see now. I'm so I don't know how but the feeling I was talking about, how sorry I am that I never see what I see now. And I said, I want to breathe more. I said, I want to feel more. I want to breathe more. And thought it doesn't, I mean, talking, it really doesn't justify any of this. But it was so beautiful. Now when I really stare at the tree, for a while, the trees come to my face the same way. It's very amazing because the soul see it, not me. It's fantastic. I mean, and I said, if I can reach, if the soul leaves this body, and can see what the soul saw, I said, I wish everybody dies. That they see
I
this.
think you are definitely in love with your husband, and you must be a lucky man. And did you tell him when you came back what he said to you, or what did he actually say
Actually,
anything like that?
when I came back, I kissed him so much. I said, my God, I said, this was amazing. Like, I mean, I said to him, if I was a painter, I would paint that vision. I mean, I cherish it the rest of my life. It's incredible. And it's amazing. I mean, it's fantastic. I said, look, the way we see physicality with the physical body, everything, it doesn't justify planet Earth at all.
Now, maybe if you reach that stage, you understand when I say in one of the teachings, and I think it was there today, when people look from the depth of space into Earth, they don't see the soul of the king or the man, common man, or the animal, but they see bright stars all shining. And now maybe you have experienced it for the first time.
And then, Mr. Cash, I had a dream one time that I was walking, and I was so the physicality wasn't there, but I was light, and as I was walking, I was so powerful in terms of everything I touched was light, everything was healing, and my hand, everything was a breath. And as I was walking, everything was light, beautiful light, the light that you cannot imagine, and everything I touched, you can feel, and I was so, and I said, my God, I have so much power, and then I have so much energy. I mean, this thing that's coming out of my body, and is anything I touch, it would just become magnificent. And I said, my God, why? And this is the way I am, and I don't know in the physicality that way I can be like this. It was magnificent. It was, I mean, the light, it was huge. I mean, you cannot even describe this kind of light.
Oh, okay, I think we'll hear a lot more about these things. Okay, we're really reaching our 4-hour limit. It's nearly 7 o'clock. If there is no other question, we close for today. The process of what I call teaching in a way we have started. You understand more and more the reasons we are teaching in this way. We'll carry on, and we're still going forward in all aspects of the development of the technology. As many of you are aware, we have started extensive work in the health section with the doctors using the technology of the Keshe Foundation. We are observers, and we give you more details in the fields and the hospitals where you can attend once they clarify, they clear the point for us. There's an important point from the Keshe Foundation point of view. Our lawyers are what you call not correcting, but putting things in order in our appeal to the European Court of Justice. Our submission has been done some weeks ago. We will come to you hopefully by next week, and we request you, if once we get the permission by the authorities, to post the Keshe Foundation appeal across internet in every way and channels you can see. This shows it's all in Dutch and French, and once we get the authorization to release and the text is adjusted to covering the names and addresses of people who give evidence or they've been, will be released, and it will bring shame to the structure of the law in one of the what we call Western nations. How even in the police evidence, in the court evidence, even the lawyers of the Keshe Foundation were not allowed to submit any evidence to defend the case. And the lawyers will support this to show that's how Kangaroo Court was established and how they managed to get the 12,000 fraud by defrauding everybody else. And the extent of the appeal with the evidence submitted to the European Court of Justice, it says very simply, showing pictures of the police in court, threatening, intimidation of the police inside, and the judge ignoring it, which is, there's been a replication of this in the European Court some times ago, and is a criminal offense. And a collusion between the police and one of the claimers, which shows in a very different way. Our appeal will be heard in European Court, and will let you understand how the court was run by evidence given by the lawyer present in the office in the court. How police has distorted and fabricated evidence to the court, which is intimidation of the witnesses, not allowing anybody to, especially what we call Hitler time, as they used to do. But somehow, with everything they did, they could not, they pushed everything to the maximum, but they could not get a prison sentence. That's what they were hoping for. All it was. But the main thing is, one of the things which the court was not given was the evidence that the Keshe Foundation has a certification from license from Naturopathica of the Belgium to produce these systems. They never told, and the evidence that the technology now is used, certified in CE. And so police has fabricated a lot, and their case is very, very clear. Has been a kangaroo court. Nobody was allowed to do anything except what the police put in front of the judge, and that's what the judge made the judgment with the gunpoint policy. So I think it'll be a big embarrassment to European Court of Justice in what is about to come. We want to all the nations to see how judgments are achieved in European Belgium government courts. And this lightens a lot of things. And in so many ways, everything is confirmed, evidence, affidavit. These are the evidence given by the lawyers, and we ask if any evidence was given, but the only person who was allowed to give evidence was their witness and the guy who claimed $1. We have asked for custodial prison sentence of 20 years for both. officers and the $1 man. And we've been told we'll be granted a custody case. And it's a shame to be in that position. But what we ask you is, please, once we release this, take it right across all the governments, all the ambassadors, all the website, justice websites, justice in European Court. We need this to become public, that no other person suffers what we suffered and the damages which brought to the foundation. It's a very, very interesting read. It's in Dutch. We asked the people from the Holland who went to court for us as witnesses, and the affidavit they gave to translate into English and release it. The French letter to European Court of Justice Human Rights will be read. According to when I read it to one lawyer, he said, you know something, even Hitler didn't do this, what they done. This is amazing how this nation has created such a fabrication and damage to foundation reputation and many other things which is done. You'll be amazed in a very short presentation, European Court of Justice. People have to know how this government runs its affair and how judgment was achieved. Not letting no evidence, no witnesses, even the witnesses they made the claim to be their evidence were not allowed to come in to give evidence to say this is not what we gave. It's fabricated, tampered by the police. And it's a very, very extensive case. And I would like to thank all of you standing by us in past years. And this dilemma goes since 2012. We're in 2007 years. We've been suffering by this misconduct of the own, what we call the heads of this government, this nation. A police officer on his own does not do these things, and a bunch of police officers armed in the court, threatening people with a gun in their pocket that if they move, they shoot them. You can imagine what has been going on in the Belgian court. Armed officers in the court standing behind Keshe Foundation supporters. I mean, what it is, threatening. I don't think, they say in so many ways, plainclothes officers armed and asking for people passport as they go into the court and their ID is against every law on land, unless this is a what we call preset, pre-minded. And the interesting thing is, why should you have police present in the court with such intimidation, fabricating by the wish of one policeman? So who's behind it has to be answered. What is the plan for it has to be answered. And the other thing is the total damage cost to the foundation. We submit a massive damages because of what we've seen after relentless accusations and whatever was brought in by the person who received the $1, €1, supposedly. It is preset, pre-planned, premeditated. And so I ask you, we'll submit this document to you, hopefully next Thursday. And we would like you to send it everywhere you can, post it anywhere. We call it justice in Belgian court. Fabrication, theft, deception, and even murder. A police officer and one man who gets $1, they don't do this unless somebody has ordered them. And it must be a lot of people involved. And we would like to take it once from there. We are working through the next Den Haag for arrest of the people, because people have been murdered because of this. We release more information on it. And we ask for the leaders to be brought into Den Haag for just, because there's more into it. And I thank you all for being there. We share our pain and troubles during this time through the foundation with all of you, and now we share with you what sits in European Court of Justice. If European Court of Justice does not place verdict as been told in the direction in favor of the Keshe Foundation, then we know where we have to go and what to do with it. But we've been told the decision is very clear the case will be dismissed by European Court of Justice. And then through the dismissal, we take the next steps, which is officially in our hand, through other channels that will take the steps to protect the integrity and the damage which is done to the foundation by this act. I thank you very much for it, and especially all of you who stood by us, by the foundation, by me and Caroline personally, and you made that risk to go to this court a couple of times, and knowing that the policemen were there, intimidation was there, and your belief in what we did was stronger than their intimidation, and thank you for it. And it'll be very interesting if we even go into hearing at all, or the outright judgment will be issued without even going to the court, which most probably we are asking for the hearing because we want to open a lot of other things which has happened in this case. It's not just this. And one man does not make a claim and put such a things on the internet. All the pages of what they've written about us has been copied and is submission to the court. And it'll be very interesting to know why EXIT, which is a new technology, silencing a new technology, was with the greed of the man who wanted to take the technology. And one police officer doesn't bring the whole prosecutor, police officers forcing a judge to enforce a judgment which is fake and false. And it'll be very interesting to see what the European nations will think of the Belgium and their court justice system. And they cannot blame it, it's just one-off. There are many cases like this in Belgium. And we open a big Pandora box of misconduct in the Belgian justice system. Thank you very much, and thank you for today. And hopefully, we'll see where we're going to go and how we're going to develop it. And we still see those of you who will come to the Austria conference to see the new technology and to understand the change in the course of the science. And at the same time, we have, as we said today, have given new birth to the, what we call, commercial side of the foundation work by registration of the stock market company in US that will start financing all the developments of the technology for peaceful application and the development of what we call equal nations across all of us. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see you next week.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, once again. Whoa, lots of news there in this workshop and things to ponder. We'll see you all in next Knowledge Seekers workshop next Thursday. It'll be September 19th, 2019. And this has been the 293rd Knowledge Seekers workshop for Thursday, September 12th, 2019. Thank you everybody for attending and participating today. And thank you, Mr. Kesh, as always, for these teachings. Okay, thank you, Flint, for taking us out. And I think that's all for today.
Hello. The Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate